Trustee Adams? Here. Trustee Harvey?
Here.
Trustee Reeves?
Here.
Trustee Gaines?
Here.
Trustee Buffalo?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay. Public comment is pursuant to board policy number 2350. Public comment may be limited to 3 minutes per person. All speakers. Turn that on. All speakers who would like to comment regarding a matter on the agenda must submit a public comment card to the board president or the recording secretary before the point in the meeting at which the agenda item is called. Public comment cards are available at the information table in the boardroom from the recording secretary or online. And we have one comment card. Ms. Ford.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Zealot, Michelle, and community at large. For months, we have been hearing at the board meeting about the 39-month rehire list and an employee who's not being brought back. There's been no response from the district on this matter. This is concerning because of the significant litigation that this can lead to, and this is a very straightforward and simple process. And there's some matters that I'd like to see get resolved. As union president, I have to have a thorough understanding of the 39-month rehire list requirement. And upon listening to the request and also the lack of response, this has caused me to review the process again. So I've given you just a snapshot, and I'm sure your legal counsel can give you more about this matter so that maybe we can avoid any extensive potential litigation and also get this matter settled. There's a certain criteria that must be followed, which I've prepared copies for each of you under California law. Individuals must be notified by the employer of open positions. Employees must be notified by certified mail along with electronic communication, for example, email and text messages of positions. Commonly used for this process is an automated process where employees' names are placed in a system. And I'm just curious if Antelope Valley College even has one so that they can stay on top of it and keep track of it. Employers cannot rename a position for the explicit purpose of denying a qualified employee work, and employees are generally allowed to return to the same position or an equivalent position. For your convenience, I've attached the criteria and also the education code, which can be found through research online or from any qualified educational attorney with experience. I hope this is helpful to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Bridget Cook.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Zealot and Ms. Shuttlecourt, and community members. I'm here to speak on item 4.3, the reemployment of the Vice President of People, Culture, and Talent. Kind of echoing the things that Ms. Ford already mentioned. The district, the law is clear about what happens to employees who are placed on the 39-month reemployment list. They're just not cast off into purgatory, into nowhere where you get to ignore them for 3.25 years. There's a process that must be followed. And the district has not followed that process, and it's happened because Dr. Zealot has allowed Dr. Alon Helsper to not engage in that. And it's criminal. It's called disability discrimination. And you always are going to get a lawsuit for disability discrimination as long as we can continue in the path that you were going. I've come here several months, spoken to you about pivoting. When you see that there's something wrong or that there's a problem, you don't allow it to just keep going. You don't allow the bleeding to just continue. You don't allow people to take this community college, which had an amazing reputation before the current administration took over, to just come in, people who don't have any attachment to this community, to come in and get rid of people because they don't like them, because they don't obey, or because they don't follow the lead of the people who are new, who don't even know their jobs, haven't learned their jobs, haven't even held you all accountable to make sure that you all get your sexual harassment and non-discrimination training every 2 years. Has that happened? I don't think so. It's not a priority for this president, nor is it a priority for the person that they've placed in charge of people, culture, and talent. And you have numerous PERBs. You have more PERBs in the last year and a half than you had in the last 30. And some of you have been on the board for quite some time and know that's a fact. It's something that can be verified. I'm not making this up. And there's a reason. It's not the community. It's the people that you have running the college right now. They're not doing what's in the best interest. They're taking the taxpayers, those of us who live here and have lived here, the dollars that we spend or that we contribute to this community college, and they're being wasted because of egos, because people are not marching to the beat of the drum of the president and doing what she says. Now, on the other hand, Ms. Alon Helsper, I'm glad to see that you reduced the proposed contract, but why are you even offering her 2 years? I understand why you can't just let her go. That wouldn't be right, but there's no sense. She needs to prove that she's worthy, that she's competent. Right now, we've got PERBs. You just lost a PERB yesterday or today. You're going to get a new one. You're going to get another one that you're going to lose, and you got one that you just lost because the individual that's in charge of people, culture, and talent is not capable or competent to do the job. So please reconsider the 2 year.
Okay.
You got to do a year, but you don't have to do 2.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we will adjourn to closed session.
I'm sorry for the confusion. I thought I had turned it in. Thank you for giving consideration to the constituent groups concerning the 3-year contract for Dr. Helsper. It helps to know that you are listening as a board. As the classified union president, there are key components of her job description that I sincerely hope that you require remediation on, and each of these involve employer-employee relations. And that is to provide and maintain effective, inclusive, equitable, fair employment practices, work collaboratively across the campus with constituent groups, as well as community organizations, provide general orientation training and ongoing professional development to district employees. This includes management. We just sat in negotiations, and I find it hard to believe that we're still on discipline, and the district is discussing verbal, written, the steps to due process, but they really are not committed to the verbal portion or the oral portion of due process. I think we've managed to get that straightened out, but we've wasted a lot of time. You have paid, I think it's $500 per person, because I paid it in order to go through the training so I could understand how managers were being trained. And I thought that in this training, that there was negative comments about how to work with the unions, but the union, the training also advises that the unions be used as an advocate towards trying to resolve issues. But that's not helping, and so it really shocked me when the district's first proposal was to move the verbal portion of the reprimand process. Did you know that in the frisk training, the first step to due process is coaching? That means that if you see that an employee has erred in some way, first you address them by going to find out if they're aware of what was done and then coaching them back up. And I think the district has lost the vision that when you terminate an employee, it's not just the employee who's failed, it's the manager that's failed. So we're asking that accountability be given to the managers as well as the employees, and that if you're gonna spend this $500 per person for training, that you don't make this a gift of public funds by not requiring your managers to follow it. Thank you.
Now, we will adjourn closed session. attendance.
Student trustee Demon,
Here.
trustee Adams.
Here.
Trustee Harvey.
Here.
Trustee Reeves.
Here.
Trustee Gaines.
Here.
Trustee Buffalo.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, we have pledge allegiance. Ms. Gaines, would you read us?
Right hand over your heart, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 8.1, agenda approval. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we have no report of closed session. And we have announcements, public comment cards. So, and I can't forget reading. Pursuant to board policy number 2350, public comment may be limited to 3 minutes per person. All speakers who would like to comment regarding a matter on the agenda must submit a public comment card to the board president or the recording secretary before the point in the meeting at which the agenda item is called. Public comment cards are available at the information table in the boardroom from the recording secretary or online. Okay. David Adams.
Good evening, David Adams, Professor of Business. Summer's nice. You get to primarily teach online, which is what I'm doing this summer, which, if you guys know, I'm usually an in-person type of instructor. It's hard to scream on students online, but you do your best. But the reason why I'm here is because what I've noticed a trend, at least in my classes and at least in other people's classes, is the number of students I'm dropping very quickly for lack of what we call attendance. Now, we have normally in-person attendance, you're either there physically or not, but we have different metrics for online attendance. And I know that I'm, at least for myself, I'm very judicious, repetitive, and make it very known what it needs to have attendance in an online class. So just to give you raw stats of 3 business law classes I have online this summer, started with 105, and I am down to, I believe, 46 or 47 after 2 weeks. Makes my job easier, doesn't make my job funner or better. We're here, as President Zaletta has often said, and I agree completely, to help students succeed. And Jennifer knows that I agree with that completely. We, as a college, instructors such as myself, administration, and everyone else, the board too, we need to find ways to help students navigate to online classes. We have to do this because we are now up to 50% of classes here at this college online from, I want to say, under 10% 10 years ago. And that trend will probably continue to rise. And so I'm not trying to fight the trend. Rather, I'm trying to find solutions that we can all implement together to help our students succeed. Now, right now, I'm in the middle of recertifying my online teaching, which is really good for a non-technology person like myself. I'm learning a lot. But I'm wondering, as I'm taking this training, if I'm taking training to be a better online instructor, why aren't we requiring our students who have oftentimes never had online classes, or if they did, probably when they were in junior high or freshman year of COVID, when classes were a joke, why aren't we, as an institution, ensuring that our students know how to take an online class? Online classes are actually harder to take than in-person classes. It requires a lot of time management skills, and it requires, that they need their hands held. And I want to hold their hands, and I want to help our students, because when they drop a class or they're dropped from a class, they get discouraged. And when they get discouraged, they don't want to come back. So as I look here in my last 10 seconds here, I would just ask that we as a college take a serious and collaborative look at, if we are going to offer online classes, what are we going to do as an institution to serve our students better? And I challenge myself and I challenge everyone else as well. Thank you very much.
Yes. David? Ms. Gaines would like to ask you a question.
Yes, Dr. Adams, I'm curious. The 3 classes that you're teaching all online, are you teaching any course, the same course number in person?
I do teach those classes in person in the fall and the spring.
No, right now?
No, I am
Separate.
not.
Is there any other instructor offering or teaching those same course numbers in person that you are teaching online?
No, and I will say of all the business classes being offered this summer, I would say of all the sections, since I'm the department chair for business as well, don't hold me to an exact number, but I would say of like probably the 19 or 20 classes we're offering business, only 1 is in person.
So I hear often that we need to meet the needs of all of our students, thus we are offering so many online classes. Why are we not meeting the needs of the students who really prefer learning in person, having that instructor in front of them? Why did we, I see that as we dropped the ball.
So Trustee Gaines, that's a great question. I think I may have at least a partial answer if you indulge me for 15 seconds, is that the 11th grade scores coming out of the Antelope Valley High School District. California right now, I believe, is ranked 46 out of 50 states in terms of language arts and math. And so then the Antelope Valley High School Union School District scores are significantly lower than the state scores, which are 46 out of 50 in the state. So we are, not that all of our students come straight out of high school, but a large proportion do. And if they can't adequately read, write, or do basic math, and we're sticking them in a majority of classes where they're just sort of on their own and they've had no training, this is the likely outcome.
Excuse me, we don't inquire about remedial, there's no testing, no remedial courses. It's just you come sign up and take the course catalog is what you're saying?
I would defer to other experts here at this college that, you know, since I teach business classes, I do know there's just issues in terms of, one of the great things about California community colleges, and I sincerely believe this, is that you just have to be, you know, a member of the community to take classes. And I think that's great. I'm here to serve my community. But we also offer an education that if we want students to transfer, they have to be prepared.
Right.
And I think most of our faculty do a great job with that. But if we don't do a good job, one, teaching and holding them to a certain academic standard, then if I pass them and they go on to a Cal State and a UC, which tuition rates are going up 6% per annum, or heaven forbid a private institution, and then they failed a class there, then not only has the student failed, but guess what? Antelope Valley College failed them as well. So we have to find a way collaboratively to assist these students, and there could be ways. There could be, you know, training sessions. You know, and just, I want students to be able to take online classes. A lot of our students have to work 1, maybe 2 jobs, and online classes are great for a lot of our students in order to meet the demands of their schedule. But we got to get them prepared as well. And I just feel like I'm hitting my head against the wall because I feel like I'm failing and I want to do better myself.
Mr. Adams, do the students have to come to campus to take their exams for the classes? How do you?
Well, I would say that most students who take class in an asynchronous format, and that means where there's no in-person meeting, that they take their finals online. And so every instructor conducts different ways to assess, but we're also finding obviously that now we're finding that I just read in a survey where there was a student who was able to generate through AI and finish a class like in a few seconds.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Keenan Miranda.
All right, good evening. For those that don't know me, I'm Keena Miranda. During my time at AVC, I served as the director of the Palmdale Center as well as the director of enrollment services. I'm here this evening simply just to offer my personal thanks and congratulations to the remarkable group of retirees. Although I didn't have the opportunity to work closely with everyone being recognized, I know that each of you have made a meaningful contribution to AVC and to the many students, colleagues, and community members whose lives you've touched. Retirement is more than the end of a career. It's a celebration of years of dedication, service, leadership, and lasting impact you've made along the way. I wanted to be here this evening because this group includes people with whom I've had the privilege of building relationships with throughout my time at AVC. Those relationships have meant a great deal to me, and I didn't want this milestone to pass without personally recognizing each of you. So tonight, I want to congratulate Elaine, John, Ron, and Arlette. Thank you for the example you've set, for the friendships you've shared, and for the positive impact you've had on so many of us. Congratulations on your retirement. I know AVC will not be the same with each of you, and I wish you nothing but happiness and fulfillment in this next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to come to the retirees, and I won't warn you that retirement is terrible. I won't say that. You didn't hear that from me, right? But you do get to go to a lot more movies. So we have quite a few retirees tonight, and that always makes me sad. I'm going to say that because some of you I know, and you've done a great job. But what I'm going to do is read the Certificate of Resolution. And whereas Antelope Valley Community College District fulfills its mission to the community through strength of its employees, and whereas Antelope Valley College has thrived throughout its 97-year history because of the talent, skills, professionalism, and compassion of its faculty and staff, and whereas Antelope Valley College is recognized as a leader and innovator on state, regional, and national platforms, and whereas Antelope Valley College enjoys the loyalty and dedication of its employees serving students and the community, and whereas Antelope Valley College has been served by the following individuals, representing collectively 562 years. Now, therefore, be it resolved by Antelope Valley College Board of Trustees that each of the aforementioned is recognized and congratulated for their outstanding service, and further be it resolved that each of the aforementioned is thanked for their service. With its deepest gratitude, the Board of Trustees wishes them every happiness in their respective retirements, adopted this day, 13th of July, 2026. And, okay. Okay, motion to pass it.
So moved.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Advice?
Approve.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, there we go. And so now we want to recognize everybody who's here. So if we can have you come up front.
All the retirees, please come up and join us. We do have certificates for you, but they need a little bit of editing, so we'll actually mail you edited ones out. You can have one that's here if you want, but trustees? Oh, no, we're all gonna come and join you. Okay, let's all stand. All right. Okay. Hold on. Okay, just a little bit closer. It's okay. Okay. Well done, no one has booties, right? Ooh, wait. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ah, yes. Okay, look.
Okay, we ready? Okay, moving into presentations, we have the 13.1, the HBCU tour.
Good evening, Board President, members of the Board, President Zealot, student trustee, and everyone joining us tonight. My name is Norm Halamde, your future VP of Academic Affairs. Yes, Mr. Waller, pleasure to be here. Okay. Tonight, my fellow presenters and I have the privilege of sharing one of the most meaningful experiences we've had as AVC students, the Umoja HBCU tour. We hope that by the end of tonight, you'll not only learn more about the purpose of this trip, but also experience some of the memories, lessons, and unforgettable moments that came with it. Okay. I want to begin by talking about why this tour exists. The Umoja program has supported HBCU tours because they are one of the most impactful opportunities students can experience. These tours give students the chance to explore historically Black colleges and universities, connect with university communities, and see what's possible beyond community college. When I first heard we were going on an HBCU tour, I thought, cool, we're going to visit a few colleges. I was completely wrong. The reason Umoja invests in opportunities like this is because they understand something that's really important. Sometimes the most meaningful education happens outside of a classroom. Over the course of 1 week, we met students, professors, alumni, and professionals who didn't just tell us about college. They showed us what was possible if we kept pushing ourselves. And somewhere between touring campuses, exploring Washington, D.C., and learning about the history that shaped our country, we all came home with something different than what we left with.
As Norm mentioned, the purpose of this trip was to explore transfer opportunities and build connections. During the trip, we had the opportunity to visit 7 HBCU universities, each with its own unique campus culture, history, and opportunities. While every school was different, one thing they all had in common was a pride and passion their students have for the campus. One of my personal favorite highlights was visiting Bowie State University, where I got to meet Dr. Otis Thompson, who exuded a love and passion for the students. Immediately, I felt welcomed and encouraged to be more. He also oversaw the student radio show there on campus, so we got to see him in action as he pulled students from our group to lead a radio show unrehearsed and unprompted. It really just showed us that college is more than academics. It's also about leadership and involvement and finding your voice. At Howard University, we got the privilege to meeting the outgoing student body president, whose experiences gave us an honest perspective on campus life that you just can't get from a brochure. By visiting these campuses, learning about their history, and hearing directly from current students, I left with a better understanding of what each university has to offer and greater confidence in my educational goals.
I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Virginia State University. Unfortunately, it's decided to rain on us that day, but they were still willing to give us a bus tour, which I'm very grateful for, as well as the rest of the students who did go on the tour. I just wanted to shout that out for how welcoming and accommodating they were to just switch over quickly.
This was not just a couple campus tours. This was a cultural, historical, and emotional learning experience. On the screen to the left, in the upper left-hand corner, there's Judge Janice. Judge Janice became the first woman and the first African-American judge to sit on the Prince William bench, and we got to shake hands with her. She sat all of us down. We were in a Jamaican spot. The music was great. She sat us down, and she was real stern and very keen on how serious our lives were. And my biggest takeaway from her interaction was that it's not what you do, it's who you are when you do it. And it was great just to be able to be in the room with history and shake hands with her. Down in the left-hand corners, the Lincoln Memorial is there. And there's a picture somewhere of us on there. We got to stand in the same spot that Martin Luther King Jr. gave his I Have a Dream speech. And I got to stand there and look out and see what he was seeing and feel that. In the, let's see, right-hand corner on the bottom, we were at Ben's Chili's Bowl. Ben's Chili Bowl is the first restaurant that President Obama stopped at when he won the election, okay? And we got to sit down in the same seats. Exactly, as President Obama, we got to be there. Not only that, if you see in the bottom right-hand corner to the right, the man in the blue shirt, that's the owner. He came out. This was unexpected. He came out and he spoke life into us. He had words of encouragement. And I actually went up to him and I shook his hand and I asked if there was any job opportunities, because I'm thinking about going out to DC at the time. I shook his hand and he told me to talk to the hiring manager. And the hiring manager is the man in the red hat. And he told me his schedule and he told me to come in when I get out to DC. So I have a possible job lined up. Destiny already mentioned this, but in the upper right-hand corner is Dr. Otis Thompson. And he put us on the radio, okay? This was a 15-minute radio show that students at the school got to conduct. And we did a panel. It was a great panel. We did a couple other segments. The energy in the room that day, we toured a couple campuses right after we got off the plane, and the energy was a little bit low. Let me tell you, that day, everyone's energy was up here. Every time we switched rooms, everyone's going straight to the next room. His energy was high. He uplifted us, and he spoke life into us. And my biggest takeaway from him, he said, there's no reason you shouldn't be a millionaire in today's age. And that was inspiring. It was inspiring to be in his presence. He worked with Michael Jackson, and we got to sit down and shake his hand. Like, it was amazing. And there's one thing that is not a picture on here, it was a personal experience. We were on the bus in the morning going to a university, and they had a film play and it was the Children's March on Birmingham. And it went over the history of that, and I got to see film from that Children's March. And by the end of the film, I broke down in tears. And I'm not a person who usually cries. It's been years from that point since I cried. And just the gravity of knowing that a 4-year-old went to jail so that I could be standing here today in this position in front of you, it hit me. It really did. And Mr. Greer, one of the tour directors, at the end of the film, he said that we currently are not appreciative of all of the sacrifices that were made for us to be where we are today. And I was just crying at that point. I was crying, and I realized that it is my duty to learn my history. And the whole tour, it was an experience. It was not just a campus tour. It was an experience that I will take with me moving forward the rest of my life.
I don't know how to top that, but I'm gonna try. James did amazing, by the way. Washington, D.C. I think the most impactful part of this trip for me wasn't actually on a college campus. It was visiting the National Museum of African American History and Culture. I spent most of my time on the lower levels of the museum, where I saw the original shackles, torture devices, and artifacts that told the story of slavery. Reading about it is one thing, but standing in front of those objects made the history feel real. It was incredibly emotional. As I stood there, I couldn't help but think about my own people in Gaza. Seeing what generations before us endured reminded me that even after unimaginable suffering, people continue to fight for freedom, dignity, and hope. It made me believe that one day my people too can experience that freedom. Beyond the museum, we visited so many places that brought history to life. We stood at the Lincoln Memorial, where Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his famous "I Have a Dream" speech. We visited the Washington Monument, the Martin Luther King Memorial. We also toured Frederick Douglass's home and learned that he was not only an incredible leader, but apparently quite the storyteller. He actually redesigned one of his dinner table room chairs so it could roll backwards because he'd lean back so dramatically while telling stories and jokes. We also visited the African American Civil War Memorial, honoring over 209,000 Black soldiers who fought for our Union. We stopped by Ben's Chili Bowl, we met a former NBA player, and we even explored Philadelphia, including JFK's Love Park and the Rocky statue.
So after returning from the trip, each student wrote a 500-word reflection on what impacted them the most. So what did they learn? What did they take away from this experience? So although every reflection was personal, we did notice that there were 3 common themes. So we have the top 3 were a greater appreciation for Black history and resilience, an increased interest in attending an HBCU, and a sense of personal growth and motivation. So above we have a couple quotes. I'll state a few. So one student, Adria Graves, wrote, "I looked at HBCU so surface level, but actually experiencing the colleges and meeting the students changed everything." Another student, Anthony Marshall, reflected, "It wasn't just history in a museum. It was the sacrifices and struggles our ancestors went through. This is my push to keep going." Those reflections reminded us that this trip was more than just visiting college campuses. It connected our education with our identity, our history, and goals. It gave us the opportunity to see ourselves in places and spaces built on resilience and excellence, while also recognizing the sacrifices that made those opportunities possible. You know, sometimes the most meaningful outcomes of an educational experience isn't just informational. It's also about gaining perspective. And that perspective is what many of us brought home from this trip.
I'm going to Howard. And I committed to Howard because of this trip. I committed to Howard because of the community at Howard and all the support that I received prior to even being a student there, and all the support I have received after committing. There was a family friend, his name is Mr. Williams. I got connected with him. He was a Howard alumni. And right when the plane landed, we were getting on the bus, he gave me a call, and he just wanted to make sure that the plane ride was smooth, that I landed safely, and that things were going good. I told him everything was good, and he said, you know what? I'm gonna connect you with someone. And his god niece, her name is Nasaj Ware. She is the outgoing Howard University Student Association president. I got connected with her on the first day of the trip, reached out to her, and we were able to coordinate her coming to our Howard tour of the campus. So she was able to come out and give her perspective and insight on Howard, answer questions, and we went to lunch after, and she sat down at the table with us and had lunch. She didn't have to do that. He didn't have to do that. And after I finally made the decision to commit to Howard University, someone that I was connected through at this campus, Professor Brandon Lee, I believe it's his cousin, I let her know that I committed to Howard. And she asked me how my housing situation was looking like. And I said, housing hasn't been set up yet. And she told me, if your housing isn't set up by the time you come out here, I have an extra room for you.
That's how it goes at HBCUs, James.
I'm learning that.
So that's how it goes as a community.
It's a lot of love. It really is. And scholarships. I told President Zealot that I committed to Howard, and I was connected with Mr. White, Mr. Cedric White, the council member, and his wife through the AV Community Uplift Foundation was able to give me and 3 other AVC students scholarships.
Wonderful.
We could. So it's impacted me. It's changed the trajectory of my life. I was very on the fence about whether or not to go to Howard before this trip, and this trip pushed me to the other side. And it was not only me that was impacted in this way. Anthony Marshall, who was quoted in the previous slide, is planning to go to Texas Southern University in the spring and is planning on joining the marching band, doing the drums. Justin Johnson, who I was a roommate with, is heavily considering going to Bowie. Empress Van Meter, I believe she committed to Bowie, and I'm wrong. She's going to Morgan State. Okay, and Zakaria Walker, I'm not sure where she's going, but she had a ton of HBCUs on her list, and she's going to one of them. Miss Crystal, do you know? Yes. 5. Do you know where she's going?
She hasn't decided.
Okay. So she has a lot of options. She's going to an HBCU, and I think several other of my classmates, I know Destiny, when we were at Bowie, she said, you know what, I could really see myself going here. So I think many of my other classmates, it was put into their mind, I'm here. I see myself here. This is possible. It planted a seed in their mind that they can do this from AVC, that they can go to the East Coast, that they can do this. And I'm super, super grateful that I was able to be on here and that it was able to impact me positively, but not only me, several of my other classmates.
Future of the tour. I'd like to close by saying what this trip meant to all of us. Before this experience, I understood the history of HBCUs from books and classrooms. After this experience, I understood why they exist. HBCUs are more than universities. They're living examples of resilience. They exist because generations of people refuse to let injustice define their future. Visiting these campuses and learning that history made me appreciate not only how far we have come, but also how important it is to continue to create those opportunities for future generations, which I hope is something everyone in this room is here for. I also hope future Umoja students and AVC students continue to have access to experiences like this, and we are looking forward to having the HBCU tour for this upcoming school year. If we continue building stronger partnerships with these universities, with these alumni, with the professionals, future students won't just visit these campuses. They'll leave with mentors, networking opportunities, transfer pathways, and possibilities they may have never imagined. We already saw that happen with several of our own students, including James. This trip genuinely helped him commit to Howard University, this showing how a single opportunity can completely change someone's future. To me, that is what makes this tour worth investing in.
So here's some data that we wanted to show you all. Looking at students who participated, we noticed that the largest age group, was students between 21 and 22 years old, making roughly about 31% of attendees, and both men and women took part in this experience. And all this just shows a visual of how this opportunity reached a broader group of students who care about their next steps.
We got more data for you. Okay. So the attendees by major, there were 4 business administration for transfer, one of them being me. There was 3 for transfer in biology, 3 for sociology, 5 students, social and behavioral sciences, and then the majority, 11 students, were other academic majors. And then as far as the ethnic breakdown, there was 65% Black African American, and then we had 35% mixed with Hispanic, white, and multi-ethnic groups.
One more data. We have special programs and population participation. Of the 26 students, 24 of them were Umoja, 9% or 9 of the students were A2 Men's, and 10 of them were other, which include foster youth, EOPS, MESA, and veteran. We just wanted to give a big thank you to Heritage Empowered. On the left, we have the 2 helpers who were previous HBCU tour students who had the grateful opportunity to go. Their names are Nathaniel and Cameron. In the middle, we have our 2 tour guides who are just amazing, Mr. Greer and Dr. McCord. And on the left, we have our amazing bus driver, Mr. Charles. We just wanted to give another big thank you to our coordinators.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Crystal Garcia, Mr. Alberto Mendoza, Ms. Patricia Sims, Ms. Serial Gooden. We truly thank you. You completely made this trip. I know you could have been doing better things with that 1 week. Truly, I understand. So it really means a lot for you to go out your way and to plan, and I just appreciate you. Thank you.
And then I want to give a big thank you to the Board of Trustees for making this happen. I remember coming up here in September, speaking before you to make this trip a possibility. I remember in October, it got passed, and how elated I was that it was getting passed, and now I am standing before you having benefited from that trip, and I want to sincerely thank you for making this a reality.
Thank you very much. That was an exceptional presentation by all 3 of you. Very impressed.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a presentation of Antelope Valley College's participation
in the 2026 Study Abroad Semester Program in Barcelona, Spain.
Mr. Buffalo, I know we're time warped here a bit, but I just wanted to say about the HBCU tours. I'm not sure who the adults who are planning out the tour. I know Ms. Garcia goes on the tour, and I'm not sure who else. I just want to make a quick suggestion. As you plan for next year, HBCUs, I've noticed for a few years in a row, the students have gone to DC, and there are a lot of HBCUs. It's a good use of space and time because they get to see historical places, but I want to just put a little bug in your ear. Alabama has over 14. See, if these trips are so impactful that people are making on-the-spot decisions, they have to have greater range of decision-making. Alabama has over 14 HBCUs. My home state of North Carolina has 10. And the only thing I hear that just truly terrifies me is that you go to Howard, then one day some of your friends ride down to, let's say, Coppin State, and you're like, oh, wow, why didn't I see this? So I think just having the full experience. Second thing, I'm not going to hold you up. I've heard a lot about we have HBCUs, and we do. I'm proud of HBCUs. I'm a graduate of Winston-Salem State University. SU. Okay, so, but, and it's a good thing to have HBCUs, but I do want to remind everyone, they are an outcry of Jim Crow. Black people were not allowed to go to regular colleges and universities, therefore HBCUs were created. A lot of things are created out of necessity. I also want to say, when I was a student at an HBCU, you would have been amazed at the diversity of my campus. And I'm going to leave that right there. You want to Google it, look at West Virginia State University, HBCU, 90% Caucasian. It's a lie that HBCUs are only for blacks. Y'all do your research. Thank you, Mr. Buffalo.
Okay. Well, we have to go to the next
It's to Mr. Buffalo.
program. So, yes. So, thank you. Guys, your presentation.
All right. Good evening, Board of Trustees, President Zealot, all of you. Thank you for putting us on the agenda today. And I'm really happy to follow the HBCU group here. My name's Tina McDermott. I am now retired as of today, I guess. And I'm very grateful that my last semester teaching here, although I missed the campus terribly, but sorry, I was in Spain and Barcelona for 3 months teaching in the study abroad program. So I'm here tonight with one of my wonderful students, Alex. He came along on the program. We actually had 4 students from AVC in the study abroad program this year. So I just want to put that in context a little bit first, and then we're going to tell you about all the wonderful things we experienced. The study abroad program for community colleges is run by Citrus College. It's a consortium of 12 plus community colleges. AVC is one of them and has been for a long time. But unfortunately, the program here was kind of dormant for about 10 years. 10 years ago, a faculty member from AVC did teach in the program. It is available to faculty from all those colleges for students and faculty, but I don't think we had any students from AVC go for a very long time. So when I got the opportunity to teach it, I put out the word. Alex jumped on the opportunity, and I first want to thank you all for the work that you did to help promote it and approve it for my going there, as well as to promote students to go. And I also want to thank Idania Padron for her help, because when we started talking about it at Welcome Back Day, she was super excited about it, to give our students this opportunity to go study abroad for an entire semester. And also the AVC marketing department did an amazing job because so many students expressed interest. I think it was hard to keep up with the list of students that expressed interest. And 4 doesn't sound like a lot, but it is a lot of students to go, especially after being kind of quiet all those years. Along with the theme of studying abroad, about being outside of the classroom, we had classes inside a classroom at the University of Barcelona. We lived in apartments. Faculty lived in our own apartments. Students either roomed together or stayed with a homestay. So we just want to show you a little bit what that was like. And I want to, my parting words really are, I hope that this program continues to be supported at the level, at least, that it was for this past semester, it needs really stable and sustainable administrative support, and it needs a lot of faculty buy-in as well and involvement. That's the key. So let me have Alex say a couple words, and then we'll start on our slides.
Thank you, Tina, and good evening, the Board of Trustees. My name is Alexander, and I just want to start off by saying that, just having this opportunity is quite literally an honor and a privilege. I would have never imagined in all my life that, an opportunity like this would have been presented in a community college. It always struck me as like a opportunity that's presented in a more prestigious level, like university or higher education, rather than just a community college. So the fact that this was offered at a community college really was eye-opening for me, and I jumped at the opportunity. I was changing my majors, and I have to thank everyone for and everyone included to make this a reality. And I also want to express that gratitude to of course Tina, because without her I would not have gone on this trip. I've had to change my majors, and the first class that I took was with Tina's class in communications, and that presented the opportunity that allowed me to be a part of this journey and this level of experience that I never would have thought would be imaginable.
All right, so we're gonna thank you. And the other students couldn't make it here today, but everybody had an amazing experience. So I want to go through some slides, but we also have a video to share with you that was made by the students in my small group communication class. So let us show you a few slides first, and then we'll jump to the video. So the first thing I think Alex wants to tell you about is the culture shock, even though Spain doesn't, Europe is very different. It's just very different.
So yeah, the first bit of culture shock was, as soon as I got off the plane, the immediate thing that hit us, or that hit me in particular, was that, how prominent smoking was. Seeing, cigarette vending machines again for the very first time in a very long time was, pretty funny, and seeing ashtrays was also, pretty alarming to see. But also just the fact that it's a walkable city, so everywhere you could just go within walking distance. Grocery store, your bank. Even your school, if it's not within walking distance, you're able to just use the transportation to reach to whatever destination you need to go to.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, I chose a homestay family because I really wanted to get more ingrained to the culture, and I have a Argentinian heritage, so I was able to speak the language and get accustomed to how the locals are, and that's over there on the left there. My homestay family, the mother to my immediate left would be Anna, and her mother, her name is Donna, and then their daughter, Julia, and then my aunt actually came to visit me while I was over there in Barcelona. So, we all got together and, we had a good evening and, just chatting and, getting to know one another and getting acquainted, and, it really, made me feel like it's my second family, so I keep in contact with them, and it was a very lovely experience to share a household with these people.
All right. Well, students had a lot of fun. They did go to class and they also had fun, but we'll move from that. Got out of their comfort zone a lot. The food was amazing. Some of that also played into the culture shock. The food is different everywhere you go, and getting used to it. We got cooking classes, so we not only went to have food out, but we also learned to cook paella and local regional dishes, which was super fun. So all that was a great learning experience as well as fun. And the public transportation was, you want to talk about that too?
So yeah, public transportation was definitely an adjustment. You know, everywhere I go, I always get in my car. And, you know, that's, I feel like most of the country gets around, especially here in California where it has a prominent car culture. But over here, yeah, you would just have to use the metro. So, you know, I didn't really have that much of an adjustment period. I just, you know, it was pretty intuitive and it's a pretty streamlined process. So, you know, you just read the signs of where you would need to go and just follow the directions. And once you get the groove of it, you know, you would just need to go from point A to point B. And it's very interesting seeing like the culture, like how like people just sort of express themselves. So you would always see street performers either like within the station or within the metro cart itself, and how would they, you know, just, you know, perform like, you know, just music and such. So, you know, that was very interesting to see that, you know.
Yeah, so it's important to understand that we weren't tourists, we were living there. So the students got to really experience day-to-day life. That was very different from here. We saw many beautiful historical sites, UNESCO sites, architectural, amazing Gaudi, and then in southern Spain we went on little trips to see Roman ruins and medieval everything that you can imagine that you've studied in a book, like the students said before. To see it come to life was absolutely amazing. And I do want to point this out. It's very similar to what the students said about the Martin Luther King speech. We visited the Alhambra, and we stood in, it's huge if you've ever been, we stood in this room in the Alhambra where in 1492, Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, they did two historically consequential things. One was they gave Christopher Columbus permission to go on his journey. In that same room, that same day, I believe, they evicted, they kicked out, they expelled all the Jews in Spain, which both of those historical incidents have reverberations to this day. So to stand in a room like that, it's hard to get there, you know, it's not a place that everybody can see, but if you can go, I certainly recommend it. It's very impactful, those kinds of experiences. I'll skip forward a little bit fast to see artists like Picasso, Miró, Sorolla, who have in flamenco, who this all started in Spain. You know, these artists are from Spain. Again, what you see in history books and art year classes, the cultural experiences, and the fun we had together. Students and us faculty, there were 3 faculty from Citrus and Mount Sac and me. We had so much fun together and learned so much. So the video that we're going to show you was part of the small group communication class. The group was 6, this class was 6 people. So the final project, the assignment I gave them was to together figure out how to make an under 6-minute video to promote the study abroad program from the students' perspective. So I want you to know I had nothing to do with it. That's all I did was tell them what to do. And they took off with it just on their phones. They made this little film. And I just love it so much. And they've all put their hearts into it and worked together so beautifully. And I do want to also point out the music that you'll hear in this is composed by 2 people we worked with in the study abroad program in Barcelona. So it's original music. And we hope you enjoy it.
Welcome to AIFS. Did you know that less than 2% of U.S. students study abroad every year?
My favorite thing about studying abroad, it's a tough one, but I'm gonna have to go with like all the people I've met here. Like, love everybody, Amani, she's great, like all my friends.
And my favorite thing so far studying abroad is honestly how close everything is. Like literally, downstairs is a market and there's a pharmacy and another market right across the street.
Like around the city and go to mountains.
Honestly, I feel like I didn't have too much of culture shock when I first got here. I moved around a lot as a kid, so I'm kind of used to like just picking up and going to different places.
My biggest culture shock would have to be the beaches.
Biggest culture shock, I would say, is in America we have toilet seat linens, like paper ones you use before you use the public restrooms, you know? But here there's none of that. So it's been a big I've really had to acclimate.
Something I can't live without is probably my Metro card. You have to go everywhere with it.
And 5 things I couldn't live without would be my friends, Super Smash Bros, my Metro card, hiking, and Esteban Sanchez.
That my favorite class is the Modern and Contemporary Art class, run by Mary McGuire. She's a great teacher.
My favorite class here is Fundamentals of Global Art.
My favorite class is probably Modern Art History.
My favorite class so far is Public Speaking.
Hi, I'm Mary McGuire. I teach art history at Mount San Antonio College, also known as Mount SAC.
Who's there? Oh, hey, Monty. This is, I guess we're doing my MTV Cribs tour. So this is my lovely, fucking habitat. So right here, we have a nice little dresser with all my clothes in there. It's a little messy right now, but, you know, got some protein powder for the games. All right, now right here, I have my desk. I do my studying here. I put my laptop and I'm very studious. I have a little sweet treat for when I have a sweet treat tooth. Then I have some American beef jerky on my desk. As you move over here, I have my toiletries. And then I have a speaker, which is essential. Move over here, and we have my big bed. And then as we move around the corner, we have my lovely, more sweet treats, shoes, and my school bag. We have the doors to my lovely balcony.
Wow, look at that view.
Very beautiful, very, very nice. And yeah, that's my MTV room tour.
From this part, like, say hi. That's Josie's room. And then it's kind of weird because there's like 3 or 4 other people in this apartment. So this is like the front door, right? And then like you walk through the front door, and then this is like me and Josie, like that's it, just us 2. And then like the kitchen, we have an air fryer.
Thank you. I hope that gave you an idea how it felt to be a student in this program. And they really bonded, and memories for a lifetime. You want to say something?
And yeah, once again, just the whole experience was just truly very, ethereal. I had to really, I couldn't really trust my memories and the photos I took there. So, I actually had to, really solidify the memories I took in there. And, I had to actually get tattoos, going out there. And, just really, it was just, the connections I made there and the people that I've met there, I would have never really have met them if it wasn't for this, program. So, I'm truly very, very much grateful and thankful.
Any questions?
Anybody have any questions?
Well, yeah, there actually is a lot of enthusiasm. As the friends and that still go to this campus, they've actually were surprised to find out that there was even a study abroad program. So just more word of mouth and more promotion. There's definitely a lot of enthusiasm, and as long as there's more prominence in displaying that, I feel that it's something that's definitely going to take off.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to add, working with Citrus College, John Morris, in the study abroad program, he's been in contact here and just keeping that relationship going on a regular basis, presentations, promotional materials, and students. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Nice presentation.
It's a big deal. Nice.
We have the, show me, the presentation of the Measure AV Oversight Committee report.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee, President Zealot. We have with us two members from our Measure AV Citizens Oversight Committee. We have Chair Anthony Bruneau and Vice Chair Jeff Trang. And Mr. Bruneau will give the annual report for Measure AV.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So I'm here tonight to give the update for the $350 million Measure AV bond. In our 2026 report, I'm here to report that the Citizens Oversight Committee has determined that Measure AV funds have been used in full compliance with Article 13A of the state constitution and for projects identified in Measure AV, and that no bond proceeds were used unlawfully for teachers or administrative salaries. This annual report to the Board of Trustees is a requirement of Proposition 39. No Measure AV funds were used for the publication or the distribution of this document. Financial summary: as of February 28, 2026, $345,779 of the bond proceeds have been spent. The audit report for the 2024 and 2025 fiscal year confirmed that there were no audit findings and that the money was spent in compliance with the Measure AV bond ballot. Measure AV projects: several projects have now been completed, including the Pondville Center, Swing Space 1, Campus Security, Discovery Lab, Student Services Building, the Marauder Complex, Modular Fieldhouse, Swing Space 2, Student Services Building, Sage Hall, and the Outdoor Fitness Center. Our long-term obligations have been paid off, and the funds have been invested for future capital improvements in technology projects and instructional equipment. Do we have any questions?
Any? Apparently not. You did good.
Thank you. You guys have a good night.
Thank you. Okay, now we have the 13.4 presentation of the bond market update.
Good evening again, trustees. We have with us this evening Frank Vega from Stifel and Jason Chung from Feldman and Associates. They're going to be giving a presentation to provide the board with an update on current market conditions and some of the financing tools that'll be available for us as we look for additional financing for the gym project. So with that, I'd like to introduce Frank Vega.
Good evening, President Buffalo, President Zillette, members of the board and community. It's a pleasure to be in front of you again. I promise we'll be brief. I know you have a very important pressing business tonight. So we just wanted to give you a couple of updates. As Shami mentioned, we'll talk about market conditions very briefly. You've heard this presentation before, as I've presented to you many times. You know, it's the more things change, the more they stay the same. You know, this is not an EKG. This is not meant to represent my 401k. This is the performance of my 401k. These are interest rates. These are tax-free interest rates. This is the benchmark that we use when we think about school bonds and community college bonds. The green bar is the short-term rate. I probably should have picked different colors here. The navy blue bar in the middle, that's the 10-year rate. And then the royal blue bar at the top, that's the 30-year rate. And over the last 5 years, you can see, you know, rates have kind of jumped all over the place. A lot of uncertainty around the world is really the primary cause for this, as well as inflation. The fact that inflation continues to be something that policymakers can't get under control. This is what's causing short-term rates and long-term rates, respectively, to remain in the near term, at least, in an elevated state. But here, I take you back 20 years. The gray bars are the range of rates going back 20 years. And if I could take a line and cut these bars in half, that's where we are today. You know, going back 20 years, we are at our historical averages. So when we passed Measure AV and we worked together and we sold the first and second series of bonds, we took advantage of very low rates. Rates are certainly not as low as they were back in 2020. But going back 20 years, we are still at our historical averages. So as you turn on the news and you hear about mortgage rates at 6.5%, 7%, today as we sit here, the going rate for a community college bond is still under 4.5%. So borrowing costs, while a bit higher than they were 5 years ago, 6 years ago, are still well within the historical averages. And what this means is it means borrowing costs remain favorable. I'm going to skip this page. We can certainly come back to it. This page is just simply supply and demand. The blue bars to the left, these are bonds being sold in the marketplace nationally. The green bars are investor dollars coming in to buy bonds. Again, because investors are worried about things overseas, inflation potentially impacting corporate earnings, you see a lot of investors want to participate and want to buy very safe, high quality bonds. And I've set this up because, as you hopefully have been made aware, your credit rating has just been upgraded. So Antelope Valley College now has one of, I think on a percentile basis, you're definitely in like the 95th percentile by Moody's. You're a AA1. The highest you can get is AAA. AAA for a community college is generally, in the old days, what we would consider basic aid districts, community colleges that receive all their funding from property taxes and not from the state, as well as community colleges that have parcel taxes, which is very rare. AAA districts are like San Mateo Community College District, Miracosta Community College District. At a AA1, you have one of the highest ratings in all of California. Trustee Reeves, we always have a colorful interaction as it relates to investors. So I put this slide here for you. The investor summary. What I've done here is these are all the investors that currently hold Antelope Valley Community College bonds. This is what's publicly available. And I only show this because you have such a diverse group of investors. Vanguard, which manages retirement funds. Fidelity, which is a private wealth management, TIAA CREF, which is 529 plans, college savings plans, State Farm insurance companies, you know, a lot of really high quality investors, which again just shows that people love the name, they love the credit. It's a very strong name in the marketplace. And so the community college continues to benefit from that great reputation and the services that you provide. It shows in your credit rating, and it shows with the type of investors that like to buy your bonds. What I'm going to do now is turn it over to Jason Chung, your financial advisor. He's going to give you just a snapshot of where interest rates are today as it relates to a potential interim bridge financing, and then potentially some schedules and some dates. So, Mr. Chung.
Thank you and good evening. On this slide, we have a preliminary estimate of a general fund-backed borrowing that could potentially fund a majority of the gymnasium project. We call this a certificate of participation. The college previously has successfully issued a smaller series of COPs back in 2022. The structure is very similar, very paid off, very similar like a home mortgage. So under this scenario, we would direct 60 million of funds to be deposited to the district. And in doing so, we would have a very standard amortization schedule where the beginning payments are mostly interest, and then as principal gets paid off over time, that principal payment gets larger and larger, all resulting in an annual debt service of approximately $4 million per year over the next 30 years. And again, this is a very standard amortization schedule. This borrowing amount could definitely be adjusted depending on the scope of your project budget. However, when you look on the bottom left figure called total true interest cost, that is the average borrowing cost of this entire financing based on a number of factors, the AA minus credit rating that Mr. Vega had mentioned, as well as those market dynamics. And so when you look at an average borrowing cost over 30 years of 4.35%, you can interpret that as pretty competitive, especially as compared to the mortgage rates that Mr. Vega mentioned at 6.5% to 7%. And in closing, we have the proposed schedule. So tonight, we are just before you with an information-only item. There's nothing that we are requesting the board for approval. Should the district board decide to move forward, we could return to your board as early as August 10th, where we would have the full suite of documents requesting your consideration for approval of that financing. Pending that approval, we would be able to get in the market around the week of Labor Day, so a day or two after Labor Day. It's a 2-day process. So typically, we have a pre-pricing call where we look at benchmark rates, we monitor where interest rates are doing. The following morning is where we lock in interest rates, and that is when the interest rates for the college are locked in, regardless of what happens in the weeks post-pricing. Roughly 3 weeks after that pricing date, September 30th, is when the COP funds would be available for the district to use. That concludes our slides. We thank you for your time, but Mr. Vega and I are available for any questions.
Okay, any questions? Barbara?
Yes, sir. The 4 point, I forgot what it was, percent rate, is that fixed for the duration of the loan?
Yes, ma'am, that is, yes.
It is fixed. And on the day that we would, how do you say that? Where we actually go out to get the bonds, sell the bonds. What happens? Can we, as a board, can we decide that we will not exceed a certain percent? And if we can't get it around that 4 point something, we don't want to do it? 'Cause
Certainly.
I know that it does fluctuate.
Yes. Should you decide to pursue this financing at your August 10th meeting, there is a document called the authorizing resolution. And that resolution holds a number of not to exceed or minimum threshold parameters that the finance team must perform at in order for the district to authorize the sale and move forward. And so that is certainly, that true interest cost percentage is certainly a placeholder that is in that resolution.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. When you issue bonds, government bonds in California, the interest is usually either the federal or state. The interest you receive from the bonds is tax-free. Will the interest on these bonds be tax-free to the person that purchased them?
Absolutely. It's a great question. And that's what makes the bond so appealing. These in California are both exempt from federal tax as well as state income tax. So the interest, the 4.35%, is not taxed to the investor.
So the person that gets money from the bonds gets tax-free money. Is that correct?
Correct. The purchaser of the bonds
gets tax
does not have to pay taxes, which is why we like to sell these bonds to individuals.
Okay, second question. You know, I'm not the smartest person up here, but I think I am, but I'm not. I looked at the amount of money we're borrowing and the interest rate, and it's the same. Yeah, I've never heard of borrowing money and you're going to pay back the same amount on top of that. Is that correct?
So there are, as Mr. Chung mentioned, there are parameters. The GFOA, the Governmental Financial Officers Association, prescribes best practices. And what's prescribed as best practices is a borrowing of anywhere from $2 to $1, meaning for every dollar you borrow, if you can pay back $2 or less, that's a good borrowing. Because it's just like a mortgage. You borrow $1 million, you pay back $2 million total. Here, and this is again a function of the credit rating, the function of this diverse group of investors. What we estimate today is the total borrowing rate at 4.35% produces a payback ratio of 1.9 to 1. So you are borrowing, in this scenario, you're borrowing $60 million. The total repayment is $113 million. So it's just a hair under 2.0 to 1, which would be considered very strong as far as the ratio of debt to what you're actually receiving.
Well, you know, like I said, I'm not the smartest person, but I thought if we issue bonds, we have to go out and get the public's approval.
So that's and this is what we had mentioned earlier. The college, and this is allowable under the state constitution. Colleges are allowed to issue what we call certificates of participation. These are non-property tax supported bonds. So Measure AV is repaid by property taxes on business. Okay. This particular financing would be paid back, and ultimately all available district funds. So it wouldn't be on the property tax property taxpayers, excuse me. It would be on the balance sheet of the college. So in this instance, you would not need voter approval.
Well, you know, we get money from the state, we get money from property taxes, and we get money from the feds. That's taxpayer money. So if we pay the money back, it's taxpayer money, isn't it? Yeah.
And I don't think you give yourself enough credit. You are very astute. That's why I mentioned earlier, you and I have had some really fun interactions on the topics of bonds. These are great questions. So yes, all legally available funds of the college would be allowed to be used for repayment. I'm just talking specifically, these are not property tax supported bonds, meaning they don't require a vote by the electorate.
But what do the bondholders, do they have some kind of say on how we run the college? Do we have to have a minimum of resources to pay those bonds? Do we have to have certain percentage of cash on hand to make sure we can pay on them?
So in a literal sense, no, there is no prescribed in the bond documents, the prospectus, you know, when we talk to investors, they don't have a claim on how you operate the college. They don't have a claim on whatever reserve levels the board would decide on a given fiscal year. What they look at are a number of things. They look at your state aid. They look at your LCFF funding. They look at reserve levels. They look at your credit rating. They do a whole analysis on their own, and they make the determination that the probability of repayment is sufficient for their purposes. So again, they understand that you have students to educate, you know, tremendous faculty to maintain and offer competitive salaries. They don't get a say in all that, but they will review your numbers, they will look at it, and they'll make the determination. And that's why I showed this list. There's so much stability in this college, and there's a precedent of issuing bonds like this, as Mr. Chung mentioned, in 2022. We also did one in 2016 and in 2010 for the college. So you have a very strong track record in the investor community.
Well, what if we have a downturn like 2008 and we have to default on the payments? What happens?
So default is always a risk to the investor. That's why the investor. This chart I gave you, this is the benchmark, the AAA. There's going to be a slight increase. So you remember how I mentioned 30-year? The 30-year rate was 4.2%. This is the AAA default-free, safest bond you could buy. That's why the estimate today for Antelope Valley College is 4.35. There is a small premium of risk, right? There is a probability greater than zero that maybe one day you do default. The investor understands that. But because that probability is so small, that's why the interest rate is 4.3 and not 5.3 or 6.3. It's a great question. And the investors, because again, they're in the business of managing money for teachers and pensioners and whatnot, they get comfortable because of, again, the track record, the stability, all the things the college has done over a 20-year period.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they get comfortable. They're getting tax-free income for
Sure.
30 years, right?
That's
Okay,
absolutely right.
thank you very much.
I have one more question, Mr. President. If we sell these bonds, with the college paying back instead of asking our taxpayers to do it, would we be able to pull all 60 million at one time? Or would it still be, would be a few years intermittent before we could pull all 60?
So that's a great question. So the resolution allows a not to exceed amount to borrow. So if, for example, as Mr. Chung mentioned, on August 10th, the resolution might authorize up to $61 million. You're not obligated to sell 61 million of bonds. If the project comes back less, you issue less. Or if you decide we don't need all 60 million today, maybe we only issue 20 million and we reevaluate in 12 months or 18 months. You have that option. You're not locked into a borrowing amount. Usually you'll set an amount that aligns with the cost of the projects, but in no way, shape, or form are you committed to that amount. You can always issue less. The only thing that we would offer, and Mr. Chung, please jump in, the more times you issue, the more financing costs you pay. If you issue 3 series of bonds, you're paying 3 times the cost versus 1. So there's an economies of scale to consider. But no, Ms. Gaines, you are not obligated to issue the full amount at any time.
But if we would want to pull the full amount, and let's just say we are doing this for a construction project, knowing that construction, it drags out over 2-3 years, would we not be collecting interest on that so many million at the same time?
So I might defer to Shami on the timing as far as the project's concerned.
At least part of it?
We would collect interest on there. We have to be careful of arbitrage, and but yes, in the current scenario, Trustee Gaines, we would draw down the entirety of the funds. We would preliminarily we'll have an estimate of what we're going to need. We would draw down the entire amount, proceed with construction as quickly as possible, right? And then the goal at the end would be through a bond measure refinance whatever we.
I actually think I might understand the question. I apologize. Now I understand what you're asking. So in this scenario, my company wires $60 million into the project fund of Antelope Valley Community College, and the IRS allows you to earn money on that for up to 3 years. So if you sold the bonds on September 1, in 2026, you would have until September 1 of 2029 to earn interest. At that point, if you haven't spent your project money, then we have to, the college is obligated to repay the IRS for any extra earnings that you've had. So you do get to potentially earn more in your project fund as the project's coming online and going to construction.
Thank you.
Yeah, one more
excuse me.
question.
I think our student trustee, did you have a question?
You can go first, it's okay. I'm not sure if I would like to ask him.
Oh,
It's
okay.
You can go first,
Okay. We have an election this year, and it's possible we could have 3 new members in December. We're going to have 1 new member out of the 3. We could have 3. What if the new board comes on board in December and says, we don't want to do this? And they've already started the process. Are we going to be penalized if we stop it?
I can only speak to the financing and the sale of the bonds itself. If this board were to approve a resolution in August, the shelf life of that resolution is the entire fiscal year, meaning we may tell Shami, interest rates aren't good. Let's wait 3 months. Let's wait 6 months. It's not a race to sell the bonds. You sell the bonds when it's ready to deliver project funds when the college needs it. The only scenario which you described where there would be no recourse for a new board is if we've already sold the bonds and delivered the project money. We can't put the toothpaste back in that bottle as far as canceling the transaction because it's already been sold to the public. However, in between the time a board were to act and when we ultimately sell the bonds, there is no penalty whatsoever because, again, we're not obligated to sell. We're just authorizing permission to move forward at a time that works best for the college.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes.
I appreciate your overview, your slides. I'm not the most savvy with the nuances like this, especially when it comes to the bond, but I did just wanted more info on what I noticed it says September 30th, transaction completed, project funds delivered to AVC. So I just want to know what that exactly looked like. Is that funds ready to be used for the gym complex? What those funds looked like, and if you give me more information.
Absolutely. Again, a great question. So what happens is we sell the certificates of participation, and it takes about 3 weeks for all the documents, just like if you're closing on a home mortgage. There's a lot of paperwork. Covenants of the college, just things like that. On the morning of the 30th, my company wires the money. There's a trustee bank that will hold the monies on behalf of the college, and I'm 99% sure it's U.S. Bank. Monies are available that day to spend. So what happens is the process is simply Shami's office will send invoices to U.S. Bank. U.S. Bank will pay those invoices on the college's behalf. There are very, very strict requirements on what can be spent. Unfortunately, if you say you're going to sell a tax-exempt bond, you can't build a McDonald's on campus or a Starbucks. It has to be for a legitimate public purpose that doesn't benefit a private entity. So in this case, a project of the college for the benefit of the students and the community. The U.S. Bank in this example will automatically send the monies to the vendors as early as the morning of September 30th. The process actually is completed no later than usually like 9:15 on the morning of that particular date, September 30th.
And the funds are delivered. Are they the total funds needed for the gym complex, or what does that look like?
Yeah, so no, great question. So as we showed in this example, $60 million and not one penny more or not one penny less is deposited in the college's building account or project fund account. It's all there. And so it's very unlikely that you'd have an invoice for $60 million on day one. There might be a $6 million invoice, and then 3 months later, a $10 million. It's drawn down as needed. And to Trustee Gaines's point and the question, which was a great one, while the money is sitting there, you're allowed to earn interest on the project fund for up to 3 years. So there is an opportunity to perhaps earn a little bit more than $60 million under requirements of federal tax law, which could be used for other projects as well. Equipment. So equipment is a permissible project that can be funded. So if you're building a gymnasium and you wanted to put a brand new scoreboard in the gymnasium, that would be a permissible use of the funds.
And just for the information of the board, we have 57 million in the college accounts right now. And so there's money to get the project started. This is last end money, basically, which is why we wouldn't necessarily have to utilize all of the funds if it didn't look like we were going to need all of that.
Yeah, there's one question, President Zelik. We have the money in our reserves, and we have money from the state for this project. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. The money we get from the sale of bond, where is this money deposited that we have right now? In the county?
It's in our bank accounts.
Yeah, in the county, right?
Yeah, it's in we have our fund balance in the county. That's there. We have money from the state, which is a reimbursement, which
Is it all in the county?
Not the state allocation. We don't have those funds yet. That's a reimbursement. We spend money, and then the state reimburses us.
Are all these funds going to be commingled?
No, they're all tracked separately.
They're all separate.
Yeah,
Right. We get interest on some of this money right now.
we do.
All right.
We do.
So I'm sorry. What was the interest that we'd get on 60 million?
Our current LA County interest rate, I want to say it's approximately 3%. I can provide you, it changes quarterly. We get an updated statement, but I believe right now it's approximately 3%.
So if we got the total amount and we didn't use it all at once, but we used it a little bit at a time, technically, some of the interest that we earn in the money could be paid
Offset.
for the interest on the bonds, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Should the interest rates take a dip at some point in the 30 years, can we refinance and lower the amount of money that we ultimately repay?
Absolutely. The answer is emphatic yes. So
At what point do you consider it significant enough to refinance?
This is where I monopolize Shami's time. Jason and I, we will prepare various scenarios. We will share scenarios that show what the option to repay as early as 2 years from now, 5 years from now, 6 years. Like there will literally be a cost benefit analysis for pretty much every year from year 2 to 10. 10 is the standard.
Okay, no more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, moving along, we have the consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? We have a second?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, action items. We have 15.1, which is the 2025-26 Board of Trustees self-evaluation.
I'll just talk.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none. Advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
15.2, approval of employment contract with Dr. Adanya Padron as Assistant Superintendent, Vice President, Student Services from July 1st, 2026. Okay, all right. So do we have a motion?
So,
Anybody have a
second.
second?
Second?
Okay, so staff recommends that the board approve an employment contract with Dr. Adanya Padron as Assistant Superintendent / Vice President, Student Services from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2028. The proposed employment contract includes a salary set to the salary schedule, AD column 1, step 7, currently at $222,199.45. In addition to the annual doctoral stipend of $1,800, the contract includes fringe benefits in the form of medical, dental, vision, and life insurance. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Discussion, you didn't ask for discussion.
I didn't think we needed any.
I'd like to say something.
Okay.
You know, I'm going to vote for these 2-year contracts, but I want the people involved to know that it's possible in December we'll have a new majority on the board. I don't know what's going to happen. So I'm sorry that they won't be given the opportunity to pick their staff. Like Trustee Harvey and I came on board, and we were almost immediately able to vote for some of the vice presidents of the college. We had that thing happen. And later on, we had a chance to vote for the president of the college. So you may have 3 new people up here. And I'm concerned that are they going to be given the same opportunity to govern like we have? Because they're going to be there for 4 years, the 3 new people, if we have them. So I'm going to vote for the 2 years, but I want you VPs to know who knows what's going to happen in December if we have a new majority board. They may clean house. Who knows what they're going to do? I have no idea. But I'll vote for it. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we have a motion, second. All in favor or advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we'll move along to. Okay, 15.3, approval of employment contract with Dr. Lauren Von Hulsberg as Assistant Superintendent, Vice President, People, Culture, and Talent from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2028. Okay, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second?
Okay, and I believe Bridget Cook wants to speak to this.
Before I begin speaking on that issue, on 11, there was 11.1, a clarification that was skipped on the agenda. Was that something that you intended?
We had no clarification.
It's on the agenda, so I'm
Yes,
asking
no.
the question.
She
Okay,
didn't
so,
have any
because you didn't mention it. Generally, you say, we don't have a clarification, that was an error in the agenda. And then the other thing was, Ms. Garcia attempted a point of personal privilege to respond to Ms. Harvey's comments about the HBCU.
Ma'am, we have an agenda and we're staying with it. Will you please make your comment? Thank you.
I am.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask for a point of personal privilege right now to respond to Ms. Harvey's comments to let the public know that just what Ms. Harvey asked to happen is actually happening. You cut her off when she was just going to acknowledge.
She was not part of the agenda, I'm sorry. Okay,
Well,
now.
she's
will
actually
you-
part of that group,
Could you
so-
make your comment, please?
I'd
You've
be
asked
glad
for a
to.
chance and we're giving you that chance.
Okay, now you're on my time now.
Make your comment.
I'd be happy to, Mr. Buffalo. So I'll begin with the end. I know that the board is considering 2-year contracts. Mr. Reeves has indicated that he intends to approve the contracts for 2 years. I would encourage the board to protect the public and protect the students and staff of this community and only renew Ms. Alon Helsper for 1 year. Place her on a plan of improvement because she's been here for over 3 years. And in those 3 years, there have been numerous unsuccessful PERBs, inappropriate discernment in terms of handling matters that should be resolved and not knowing how to resolve matters at the lowest possible level, terminating employees without due process, mishandling the complaints against Ms. Farley such that there was a vote of no confidence by the Academic Senate due to her failure to follow policy with regard to not only that issue, but with regard to the 39-month reemployment list, which we're going to have a presentation this afternoon by an employee who was the victim of that, and that she's failed to train the board herself and other administrators, and as Ms. Ford indicated, employee coaching. The issue that we have here is that there's an attorney and a professional expert and a whole lot of other consultants who are doing the job that is supposed to be done by the VP of People, Culture, and Talent. So if we're spending we asked for $1.674 million for attorney's fees to a start. As of July 1st, there have already been an expenditure of $1.1 million in attorney's fees as of May of this year. What will it look like by December? So I would encourage the board to just renew the contract for what you have to do. Don't play around with the community's business and with the community's finances. Put her on an improvement plan 5 months from now. Let her know in December. Give her the courtesy that she doesn't give to other people with regard to their employment. Let her know she's supposed to be the lead negotiator. She's not handling those issues. And given the number of complaints, liability claims, the vote of no confidence, that millions of dollars that are being spent on consultants, things that she should be handling, let's stop punishing this community with this type of leadership, because it's not leadership. And it's getting worse every day. It's getting worse.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Quick point of clarification. There were 2 figures noted, both in the millions. One was at the end of last fiscal year, and one was opening a new fiscal year, just to be clear so that the public is not misled.
Okay. Staff recommends the board approve an employment contract with Dr. Lauren Alon Helsberg as Assistant Superintendent / Vice President of People, Culture, and Talent from July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2028. The proposed employment contract includes a salary set to the salary schedule AD, column 1, step 7, currently at $222,199.45, in addition to the annual doctoral stipend of $1,800. The contract includes fringe benefits in the form of medical, dental, vision, and life insurance coverage. We have a motion, we have a second. Vice?
I did want to say something, sorry. Am I allowed to? Yeah, okay, sorry. I just wanted to say I plan on abstaining due to, obviously in the past few board meetings, people have brought concerns related to our People, Culture, and Talent Department. I'm just abstaining due to my, I feel like, lack of knowledge in that, and I don't want to vote in a way where it might affect anyone later. I do want to say that employee matters, this is an employee matter, so that's why I feel like it's best if I take myself out of this for now. However, employee matters do affect students, since we're all here to affect students, to serve students, and that obviously affects student success. So I'll be abstaining.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Anybody? Okay. Okay. 15.4. Consideration of action on recommendation for approval of acting assistant superintendent / vice president, equity and student achievement employment contract. Do we have a motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Okay. Let me read this. Staff recommends that the board approve an employment contract with Dr. Rashida Brown Elise as Assistant Superintendent / Vice President, Equity and Student Achievement from July 20th, 2026 through December 31st, 2026. The proposed employment contract includes a salary set to salary schedule AD, column 1, step 5, currently at $211,510.08, in addition to an annual doctoral stipend of $1,800. Contract includes fringe benefits in the form of medical, dental, and vision, and life insurance coverage. Okay, advice?
Approve.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, there is that. All right, item 15.5, approval of resolution number 2627/01, requesting consolidation the district's governing board member election with the November 3rd, 2026 statewide general election for the portion of the district located in Kern County. Is there a motion?
So move.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Go to item 15.6, approval of 26-27 athletic fall sports schedules for men's and women's sports. Is there a motion?
So move.
Okay. Second. Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
15.7, approval of 2026-27 member contribution for statewide association of community colleges, which is SWAC, for property and liability coverage for the district. Is there a motion?
So move.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Item 15.8, approval of memorandum of understanding between Antelope Valley Community College District and Antelope Valley Antelope Valley College Federation of Teachers pertaining to the AVCFT CBA Article 10, Sections 1.3 and 1.8. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Okay. Any discussion?
Yeah, I didn't understand it. President Zelik, would you explain this, please?
Yes, sir, this is a MOU normalizing and standardizing the compensation for the theater arts classes. There was some past practice that needed to be memorialized.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none. Advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, item 15 point, is it 8? No, 15.9. Approval to utilize the National Association of State Procedure Officials, which is NASPO, Value Point Cooperative Agreement with T-Mobile USA Incorporated for the purchase of wireless voice data and accessories. Is there a motion?
So move.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none. Advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, moving along to 15.10. Approval of Master Service Agreement between Antelope Valley College Medical Office Assisting Program and Chatflow LLC. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? Hearing none. Advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 1511, approval of affiliation agreement between Antelope Valley Community College and the Consolidated Fire Protection District of Los Angeles County. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none. Advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 15.12, approval of the studio design between EDG Acoustic LLC and Antelope Valley Community College District for district recording studio. Okay, is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any questions?
Yeah, I do. I have a question. So, the company that is coming in to do the acoustic studio, they have a background in doing this work, and it's certified. I know so many people who have built studios only to have the sound messed up and have to redo things. So we're sure this is top-notch professional recording where our students can truly learn a skill that they can go down the hill and make money off of?
Sorry, I'm trying to. Yes, ma'am. The company was vetted. This is to ensure that our digital musical arts, commercial musical arts program students have a brand new studio capable to train to the latest standards.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Hearing none. Advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 15.13, approval of academic calendars for years 2025, 26, 2026, 27, and 2027, 28, with conforming holiday name correction. Okay,
Second.
okay, any discussion?
Yes, I want the public to know that this conforming holiday name correction is changing Cesar Chavez Day to Farm Workers Day. Thank you.
Very good to pick that up.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? No? Advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, passes. Okay, approval of grant agreement AV 1125 number 4 with Antelope Valley Air Quality Management District for EV charging stations and associated infrastructure. Is there a motion?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none. Advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
15.15, approval to utilize the Foundation for California Community Colleges Master Services Agreement with Instructure Incorporated for purchase of a learning management system and related products and services. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. Any discussion?
Weren't we discussing LMSs earlier in the year, Dr. Select?
Yeah, Instructure is the company that services Canvas, which is our online learning management system. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, passes. 15.16, approval of agreement with CWDL, Certified Public Accountants for Employee Retention Tax Credit Analysis. Okay, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 15.17, approval of STAC program order form renewal through the Foundation for California Community Colleges. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none advice?
Approve.
All in favor? Aye. 15.18, approval to utilize the Foundation for California Community Colleges Master Services Agreement with Course Dog Incorporated. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
15.19, approval of amendment number 3 to the WEPA Print Station Lease Agreement. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none? Advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
15.20, approval of resolution number 2627-02, declaring the futility of public bidding for the Digitar Planetarium System upgrade and maintenance.
So move.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Nope. Hearing none, advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
15.21, approval to utilize the California Multiple Award Schedule piggyback agreement with Highland Software Incorporated for district information technology goods and services. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
15.22, approval of consultant services agreement between Legacy Infosec, LLC, and Antelope Valley College District for Visual SCISO Service Proposal, AVC, Virtual Chief Information Security Officer, which is Cisco, or CISO, services. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Okay,
Second.
okay, any discussion? Hearing none advice?
Approve.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
15.23, approval to utilize the Sourcewell cooperative agreement with Snap-on Industrial for purchases of garage and fleet maintenance equipment and vehicle lifts. Is there a motion?
So move.
Okay, in discussion, hearing none advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
15.24, approval of field contract for service and Coast Construction Group for the Palmdale Tech retrofit inspections project. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
15.26, approval of contract with Everon LLC for the, oh, is it 2.5? Oh, excuse me. 15.25, approval of amendment number 3 with North State Environmental to extend the contract from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none advice?
Approve.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now we're at 1526. Approval of contract with Everon LLC for the Title 19 Annual Fire Alarm System Inspection, Testing, and Repairs Project, informal bid number AVC 2026-02 with unrestricted funds. Is there a motion?
So move.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
15.27, approval of project assignment amendment with Vital Inspection Services Incorporated for the Palmdale Tech Center retrofit project with unrestricted general funds. Do we have a motion?
So, second.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
15.28, approval of change order for auto lab construction with district funds. Is there a motion?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
15.29, correction. Approval of the corrected final notice of completion and resolution of acceptance on the Cedar Hall 18-20021 for LJ Acoustics with Measure AV funds. Is there a motion?
So move.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then we have a request by a community member to place an item on the board. Okay, Bridget Cook.
This is for 16.1. You haven't called the actual item.
Yeah, 16.1.
Okay. I spoke to Ms. Hightower, the individual who's going to be presenting an item for the agenda, and I asked her how she came to do a presentation before the board tonight. And she explained to me that the district's attorney scheduled her on the agenda for the board tonight after she had requested that there be a board presentation explaining the leave policy because she's been coming here month after month after month and not getting any response. So she wanted to have the district explain their policy, not specifically to her, but simply to explain how leaves work. How does a 39-month reemployment list? And instead of someone from People, Culture, and Talent responding to her, the district's lawyer at $350 plus an hour has been engaging with Ms. Hightower, who's not a represented individual, on the district's behalf at a significant expense, which is, I would say, an improper use of public funds. In any event, Ms. Hightower has come here over and over again, just as today is July 13, 2026. Ms. Hightower's point is well taken, and it will be well taken by a judge, and I'm going to encourage her to get a lawyer now, because this is ridiculous that she has to come here tonight and continue to plead with the board to direct the staff to do what's right, to follow their own policy. Does the board even know the policy? Because Mr. Wang is interpreting it and speaking on behalf of the board to someone, and it's going to cost this district a lot of money, because Ms. Hightower is entitled to her position. And then she shared with me tonight, which I think she shared with you all also tonight, a misrepresentation, actually a lie that was presented to you on March 11, 2024, saying that her position, it was one of the positions being abolished, saying it was vacant. No, she was asking to get her job back for a whole 9 months before that. So whoever created this agenda item, because it doesn't say whether it came from the president's office or from People, Culture, and Talent, but whoever presented this to you was dishonest. They did not tell you the truth, because her position was not vacant. At that particular point in time, it was one of two people who was working temporarily in it, and even a year beyond that, there was another person filling in on her job when she was trying to come back to work and being ignored. So careful, folks. Just bringing it to your attention. You're being lied to, and I've said it over and over again. You can be mad at me, and I'm not disgruntled. I'm about truth, and my president would say that in my evaluation. I'm about the truth and about what's right for my community, in this college, in this community that I pay taxes in. And these folks have been not being truthful to you, and you just approved a 2-year contract for someone who was dishonest with you and continues to be from the day she walked in the door.
Board will take this under advisement. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, here's the presentation. That's what we're going to take under advisement.
Good evening, everyone. I handed something to Michelle. I'm not sure if you've all gotten it yet, a copy of it. There is a copy for everyone to be able to see. It is the agenda item from March 11, 2024, which Ms. Cook was referring to. When I requested this agenda item, I asked that the board or the district provide a presentation to the board on several policies that affect employees and the district's legal and ethical obligations. Unfortunately, the district has declined to provide a presentation. Therefore, I'm kind of left to ask these questions publicly because I believe the board and the public deserves answers. First, I requested a presentation on the district's administration of the 39-month reemployment list. However, I think it's important to note that I first asked this question on June 6, 2023, several days before I was placed on the 39-month rehire list. I asked it before I was placed on the 39-month rehire list. I wanted to understand what was about to happen so that I knew how I needed to move, how I needed to engage, how the district would engage with me, and how I would be coming back to work and what needed to happen. I wanted to understand the process. On that same day, I gave them the date that my doctor was releasing me to come back to work, which was June 27th, 2023. When I asked about this presentation tonight, I asked for the number of employees, not who, just the number of employees currently on a 39-month reemployment list, those classifications, those positions for which the 39-month reemployment list exists, the district's policy for returning those employees from those lists back to work, and whether there's written board policy or administrative procedures governing this process and where it can be found. I've worked for government longer than I care to admit my age. I'm almost 50. But I've worked in government before I graduated college. I've been a public service my entire career. Like I said, before I graduated college, I've dedicated my life to public service, from Los Angeles Police Department to the city of Gardena, to the city of Los Angeles Personnel Department, doing EEO investigations, examining. I've dedicated my life to this work, serving the public. I believe it is a worthy cause. But I believe that public service should be transparent. We're not private organizations. We don't get that luxury. We're supposed to be transparent. I raise the question because my own experiences have caused me to have significant questions. When I was placed on that 39-month rehire list and medically released to come back to work on June 27, 2023, only weeks after being placed on that list, I notified the district before, letting them know, hey, I can come back to work, and I want to come back to work, yet I was never restored to my position. I was never notified of vacancies. I remained on the reemployment list while interim employees, I believe her name is Vanessa Escobar, was the first one to fill my position, and then Alberta Mendoza was the second. And I believe if this is the district's policy, then the board and the public have the right to know that. But if it's not the district's policy, then the board should be asking, then why did this occur? The board should ask and be told why I wasn't given the first right of refusal prior to these two employees or these two individuals when Ed Code 88192 provides that when all available leaves and absences, unpaid or paid, have been exhausted and that employee is able to medically return back and the position is vacant, that they have priority over all other candidates. That position sat vacant for months after I was able to return to work. Why was I not placed back in my position? Why was I not brought back? When they were placed in these positions after 3 weeks of being off, able to come back, then the position was mysteriously abolished. I want to draw your attention to the background on this document that was submitted to the board on March 11, 2024. almost a year. It says it is significant. Let me just start. In accordance with 2024 AVCCD proposed administration reorganization, the district finds it necessary and in the best interest of the district to abolish obsolete CMSA positions. It is significant to note that all positions are vacant, and the abolishment of these positions will not result in a loss of employment. It's significant, is what is written to note, that it won't result in a loss of employment. That's not true. I stand here before you. If you turn on the back side of that page, it's the attachment to that agenda item. I'm asking if I can finish what I'm saying.
How much longer do you need?
Give me 3 minutes. I promise I'll be done.
Okay.
My position is Director of Equity. If I had been brought back, that position wouldn't have been vacant. It says it was deleted because it was vacant. But if I had been brought back and the district had done what it was supposed to do 3 weeks after I was placed on that list, it wouldn't have been vacant, so it wouldn't have been abolished, and we wouldn't be here today. When I submitted that information, April 2023, Victoria Simmons, who was VP of HR, had begun the interactive process. When she left, no one continued to do the interactive process with me, even though I asked, hey, what's happening in the interactive process? Why are we not engaging? What's happening? I kept asking. I asked the week that I was placed on the on the 39-month rehire list, what's happening? Why is there no interactive process? No one responded. No one continued. The conversation fell silent. It dropped off. Y'all are tired of me. I'm not crazy. I don't like coming here every single month. But this is not just about me. This is about other employees. I've sat at labor negotiation tables and represented unions and management. I've sat on both sides of the table. I've done this before. When one of us is taken down this rabbit hole, it starts to set precedents for everybody. I asked the district to talk about what that interactive process was. I was not given anything. There's nothing in writing anywhere that anyone can tell me what the interactive process looks like. I asked about the whistleblower complaint that I filed that is still to be investigated years later. And how do you investigate? If you say there is an investigation, which I haven't been told that, where is it? This board is responsible for whistleblower complaints. This is in your wheelhouse. This is your responsibility. You are the holders of sacred public trust. We, the people of the Antelope Valley community, voted you in because we trusted you. Y'all know my personality. I'm not usually this calm. But I'm asking you to do what you were voted in to do, to uphold justice, to do what's right, to be the leaders that we voted you in to be. I can't create these documents. I pulled them from your board docs. This is not something I fabricated. This is your documents. And if you were lied to about this, what else are you being lied to about? Me and Ed Knudsen and others before him may have not got along or seen eye to eye, but at least with Ed, I knew I've got a fair shake. He would have heard me out.
Okay, could you go ahead?
Yes, I am done, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And all I'm asking is, do you have any questions for me? Because this is an action item, and I'm here to answer any that you may have.
I think we're going to go ahead and just take it under advisement for right now. The board will look at it and talk about it later, I guess. Okay.
Thank you.
Academic Senate, Hal Huntsman. Is Hal here? Yes, David Adams is here. He's on a roll.
can do bad jokes, apparently. Don't have a lot to say. I just want to give a congratulations to the Senate would like to give congratulations to Ashley Hawkins, the new Dean of Language and Communication Arts. Congratulations. Ashley certainly has big shoes to fill, but we are confident she's going to do a great job, just like she's done in all the positions that she's done here to date. So that's my report for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Antelope Valley College Federation of Teachers, Perry Jocka.
Good evening. Tonight I'm going to use my report to recognize progress. As grievances have worked their way through the levels of our normal processes, the Federation has seen a productive progress in communication. And I want to single out level 2 and level 3 in particular. At both levels, we've experienced a more engaged and more responsive and more genuine two-way exchange than I encountered when I first began serving as a part of our union leadership. Concerns have been met with real conversation rather than silence, and there's a clearer sense on both sides that we're working with the problem together. This is a sign of progress. Interested in the impact communication has, and I'm hopeful, and we're hopeful that we can carry this same spirit with the work that we still have going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Antelope Valley College Federation Classified Employees, Ms. Ford.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I want to say what an amazing presentation by the students regarding the HBCU tours, and how wonderful that the board found a way to get the funds available so the students didn't have to pay for the trip. I would ask that for future years that the board please make arrangements to have the district continue to pay for the trip so that students can attend without the burden of having to face additional unmet needs by paying for such a trip. I thought their presentation was outstanding, and they got a lot from it. I want to thank Dr. Zealot for working with me to find a resolution for an employee who's working in a hostile work environment. We're currently working on an MOU to finalize the matter for the employee when she returns to work. Thank you for that. And I'm just concerned that we can't move everybody from the area, so I hope the district is going to do something about this department. I would also like to extend my thanks to the Board of Trustees for hearing our voices and for reconsidering Dr. Patron's contract and extending her by more than 1 year, though I think the 3 years would have been acceptable. Words cannot express how pleased all affected are that Dr. Brownie Lease will be returning to Antelope Valley College and serving as the interim vice president of equity and student achievement. I believe she'll bring some guidance and balance and understanding to that department and across the campus, because equity is supposed to flow through the campus. It's not just supposed to be in one area. The classified union leadership is going through extensive training, and changes in leadership will be announced next month. Negotiations are not moving as quickly as we would like. Classified are very concerned. As you know, we're the lowest paid. And because benefits election is coming up and benefits have increased remarkably, we're hoping the district will return to the table with a true proposal for salary and benefits cap increases at the next negotiation session. I would like to ask the board to consider requiring the district to adhere to the training received through Frisk, instead of bringing to the table proposals for discipline that are counter to the training the district pays for to have its managers trained. As an example, when we started negotiating discipline, the proposal from the district was to eliminate the verbal portion. I think I mentioned this earlier, but this is important. You pay $500 per manager to have them trained. Frisk, outlines progressive discipline. And it completely lines up with the collective bargaining agreement. I'm with Perry. I don't like coming up here complaining all the time. And you know what? We don't have to if the rules, regulations, policies, and procedures and the collective bargaining agreements are followed. We want more than lip service from the Board of Trustees. We want more than head nods. We want requirements made to the management so that we're working together. Until this and the last administration, we sat at the table collectively. We participated in interest-based bargaining. We worked together to find solutions to get language in our contracts. Not 1 year without attorneys at the table did we not have completed contracts. Now you can't have a conversation. The only ones who are at the table talking are the attorneys. I don't like having attorneys speaking on my behalf. They don't always look out for your behalf. They don't always give you good guidance. So that's why I've started speaking up during our negotiations. And I would implore the district to start looking at having the people that are hired and paid to do negotiations, commit to interest-based bargaining and work together. We're a community. We've always been a community. It shouldn't be us and them. Let's move away from that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Associated Student Organization. Oh, no, I almost forgot her again. I did that intentionally, right? Confidential Management Supervisor Administrator Ashley Hawkins.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening. As we move through the summer months and prepare for the upcoming academic year, CMSA members continue to play a vital role in ensuring a successful start to the fall semester and subsequent semesters. Across the college, our members are engaged in planning, onboarding new employees, professional development, refining processes, and preparing departments and services to best support our students, faculty, and staff. Their leadership, dedication, and commitment are essential to the success of our institution. On a personal note, this will be my final CMSA report to the board as chair of CMSA. As you all have heard tonight, I have accepted a new role here on campus and have made the decision to dedicate my time and energy to serving my division and our students to the very best of my ability. Beginning next month, Dean Van Ryder will serve as the CMSA chair. Before I conclude, I want to express my deepest gratitude to the members of CMSA. It has been my absolute pleasure and privilege to serve this remarkable group over the past 3 years. I have had the opportunity to witness firsthand the professionalism, innovation, resilience, and unwavering dedication to our students. They consistently go above and beyond, often behind the scenes, to ensure the college continues to move forward and that our students receive the support that they deserve. Thank you as well to this board for your continued support of CMSA and for the opportunity to represent such an exceptional organization. It has truly been my honor. Thank you.
Associated Student Organization, Joseph Trulson.
Good evening, everybody, and I pray everybody's having an amazing day, and everybody gets home safe after this. Though there's no new major events to report, I hope everybody had an amazing 4th, a safe 4th, a blessed 4th. If you didn't like fireworks, I'm sorry, because it seems like the whole AV had them, and may or may not have had some fun. Congratulations to all the people who got renewed and are going into new positions. Alberto Mendoza, Ashley Hawkins, and many, many others. Congratulations to all the retirees. And still, like Buffalo said, though, you know, don't stay too dormant. Just to kind of piggyback off of what Pamela said for the HBCU presentation, that was amazing, and I was glad to be able to witness the presentation in person, and then talking to a lot of the students who went there. You know, it's like they mentioned by name quite a few students who have already committed to HBCUs, and there's a couple more. I think it's an integral, important, and necessary thing to offer at community colleges, and it's a hell of a thing to boast, as a community college. I think it shows a clear drive for support for students, engagement, and it actualizes success. They're like, okay, I can do this. So I think you would see, if we were able to get the data on that, I'm sure it's very, very promising. Trips like that and others should be a part of our yearly catalog here at AVC. We have been waiting for some coordination and final approvals before moving forward with ASO's programming. In the meantime, I've continued to outreach, plan, and have communication efforts, and I'm hoping to have some more concrete updates for you guys for the next meeting. And then the last thing that I just wanted to say is, given our role as ASO and just the voices of the students, no matter what it is, whether it's a small issue, a big one, a new position, an old one, I and the rest of my cabinet will do our best and beyond to investigate, understand, and make sure that the students are being served. We will have our voices heard no matter what. Thank you. Have a blessed night.
Thank you. And Antelope Valley College Foundation, Diane Knippel. Oh, bless you again. Yes. Office of the President, Superintendent, Dr. Jennifer Zutt.
Thank you. Before I begin, I do want to make just one clarification. Dr. Brown-Elise is an acting VP, and it's a pretty important distinction. But thank you for bringing her name forward. And I also want to bring out a point of agreement. I have long wanted to be involved in interest-based bargaining. You remember us having talks about that years ago. So let's continue working toward that. Good evening, trustees and student trustees. I want to thank the retirees, maybe they will hear if they're watching from home, for their 562 collective years of service. If we line that up, we would find ourselves all the way back to the summer of 1464. The early Renaissance was in full swing in Europe. Fast forward 562 years, and humanity has moved from the invention of the printing press to the dawn of artificial intelligence, global space travel, and modern digital communication. This progress couldn't have been made without educators, mentors, helpers, tutors, and all of the people that make institutions of education operate. Your investment in AVC has resulted in a beautiful campus serving students through many innovative programs and offering essential services that sustain them through to their educational goals. You chose a meaningful career, and you have made contributions that reach beyond your knowing. As we send our colleagues off into the next chapter, we also welcome new colleagues to campus. Everyone, please pay attention to your email from the Office of the President and look for an invitation to a meet and greet early next week. We're going to have an hour here in Cedar Hall where we just invite everybody to come and meet the new folks because there's a lot of them. Tonight, though, I would like to highlight two members of the executive team. With us tonight is Mr. Momer Kazafi. Momer, please stand. Welcome to ABC. He is our new Executive Director of Marketing and Public Information, and he has just jumped right in with lots of energy and already been to several public events. And so welcome, Momer, and we look forward to working with you for a long time. And as was mentioned, Dr. Rashida Brown-Elise will be coming back to AVC in a different position, Acting VP of Equity and Student Achievement. I very much look forward to working with her. I'm grateful to everyone's willingness to support the work here at AVC, and I look forward to the successful work for students. This last week, I was privileged to attend the CEO Leadership Academy held at Berkeley, and one of the many valuable takeaways from the UC Berkeley Chancellor's presentation was learning how they are focusing on 4 defining principles to lead into the future. 1, question the status quo. 2, confidence without attitude, it's late. And 3, students always. And 4, think beyond yourself. As I listened to him unpack what those principles mean on their campus and in their work, I found many points of resonance between those ideas and AVC serves. The core ideas of exploration, inquiry, boldly experimenting, all while serving others, creates a formula for success that can't be ignored. Whether Antelope Valley College or UC Berkeley, our cultural needs are the same. We must adapt to survive, and in that adaptation, we must perfect the best of education while letting go of what no longer applies in a post-pandemic world. As we continue this summer session and plan for fall, I encourage us all to consider AVC serves and how we put that into practice to accomplish our strategic priorities. Thank you. Congratulations to our new employees and congratulations to our retirees. Thank you.
Start with our student trustee.
Good evening, everyone. First, I hope everyone's summer is going well. I also wanted to begin by congratulating our retirees. And second off, I'd like to commend our presenters on the HBCU tour. Noor, James, and Destiny did an incredible job, as I'm sure everyone here can agree. It just goes to show how impactful experiences like this are, and I'm really excited to see future ones, within equity and other departments, and the legacy of this tour. I'm really hoping I get to see the continuation of it, as I'm sure the rest of you can agree. Same goes with the study abroad program. It's very inspiring to see them share their experiences as well. So I hope to see the continuation of that program. I also wanted to say that I was really happy that 15.3 was passed. It had to do with the automotive program. It was new equipment in that program. So it was really great to see that. I know the automotive program is something of topic in recent board meetings, and I've spoken to students in that program, and I've heard their experiences, and I know how influential this is, and I'm excited to see overall the changes in the CTE programs going forward. I also wanted to, it helps to promote student success, passages of agreements like this, and then also the HBCU tour and the study abroad program. Speaking of student success, I wanted to go back to what Professor Adams said back in his public comment about student success with online classes. As a student, as someone who takes online classes, I've struggled with it in the past as well. It's really disheartening to hear the statistics in your classes right now. I'm really hoping that we either strengthen existing resources for students in online classes or build new ones. So thank you for bringing that up. It's very important. And yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I look forward to seeing you all in August.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Adams.
Last month, Mr. Buffalo made his intentions for November known, so I thought I would make my intentions known tonight. And despite the fact that Mr. Reeves has made repeated references to 3 new board members in December, I will be running for re-election, and I will be going down to Norwalk, the long, boring drive to Norwalk, to file my papers for re-election this week. The reasons why I'm doing this: I love this college. I love the students. I was a student here a long, long time ago. My niece graduated with an AA here a while back, and I've loved the fact that our board has made students a priority. Students first is very important to me, and students first has been very important to this board. And again, I'd like to say that we are still the only board in California on a community college board that has a scholarship that we fund. And we've done 10 scholarships now already, $500 each, and we'll continue to do so. This is funded out of our pockets, and we will continue to do so. So the only community college of 114 community colleges that does that. And so that shows our priority is our students. I love our faculty. I was a faculty member here, and the retirees, I know a lot of them when I was a board member and also when I was on faculty, and I'm sorry to see them go, but I wish them all the best for their retirement. I love our classified staff. My wife was a classified employee here for 20 years, and I know a lot of the classified staff, and still do to this day, run into them frequently, and it's been a good relationship with the classified staff. I love our administration because our administration has always put students first. There may be disagreements between administration and faculty and classified and the unions as to the best way to make our students our priority, but I know that the bottom line is it is our priority. And we may disagree on how best to serve the students, but student service is what we stand for. And finally, I love the unions. I was a union member with the faculty. My wife was a union member with the classified staff. And we may not always agree. In fact, we disagree a lot, it seems. But I know that when we're behind closed doors for closed session, we're talking about personnel issues, we talk about them a lot. We discuss them, we examine them, we investigate them, we go around and around on different issues, but we always put the person first and make it a priority that we treat them fairly. And so for those reasons, I will be running for re-election again in November. Thank you.
Very good. Michelle?
Yes, I just have a quick comment because a lot happened tonight, whether or not we realize that. I was downtown last year, earlier in the year, and I'm gonna tell you what my attorney told me. She said, Michelle, your recall is sick. Because I remember things that people don't remember. Tonight I'm sitting here as the District 1 representative with a broken heart. I want the public to know that. Here's why my heart is broken. I remember March 11, 2024 as clear as day. I was board president. I remember this item, and I remember my concern over the loss of faculty and classified staff way back in 2024 when I was president. And I asked the question about this specific agenda item, the one that was presented to me tonight. So yeah, I'm heartbroken. This agenda item that was presented to me, I asked because I remember seeing that no one was going to be fired, that this was all about eliminating positions that had no one in them. See me, I'm a truth teller. You got to be careful how far you push people. I remember asking the question, and I remember being told, no one else will lose their job. Mr. Wang, Dr. Zillette, when it comes to Rochelle Hightower, I expect action. And the only reason why I am saying that is there has been so much confusion surrounding this issue, perception to these people that sometimes it appears nobody cares about. It matters. People are watching, they see, they care, and they want, guess what? None of the drama. Nobody wants a black-white mess. No one. This is a great community. We get along with each other. We help our neighbors. It doesn't matter who you are or where you're from. We watch out for each other. Tonight I'm severely hurt. I'm severely disappointed. And it will inform the way I move going forward. Because I believe above all things, we should be given truthful answers and clear understanding to what we're doing up here for the public. I'm sorry, guys, but that's where I stand.
Just very briefly, ma'am, I am sorry that, I'm sorry for the impact of tonight's statement. But I want you to know, and I want the board to know, you were not lied to. In fact, if you go back and listen to Ms. Hightower's statement, go back and listen to the recording, because she says that that was her job. But then later she says, if I had been in that job. So admitting that she wasn't in it. The vacancy was there. I understand your greater point also, Trustee Harvey. I do. Because I'm of the same mind. We don't need these conflicts. But I also want it clear. The first meeting I had on this campus was with the union leaders, was with Miss Pamela and with Mr. Jason at the time. The first thing I said to them was, I will not lie to you. And I have not. And so, there are misunderstandings. There are things that get cleared up. The district will never openly discuss someone's personnel issue from the stage. And so I can't control what gets said from that podium. But what I can tell you is I do not and will never lie to this board or to anyone at Antelope Valley College.
Mr. Reeves?
I want to make a point that I'm not endorsing anybody for the board. I told the board that some time ago, that even though you guys disagree with me a lot, that would hope that we had the same board in December that we had now. I told you guys that. I brought that up. There's a possibility, you don't know. We're losing one board member. We may lose two more. I don't know. I was asked by a friend to endorse him for the board. I said, no, I'm not endorsing anyone for the board. I'm neutral. But I just want us to be aware of a possibility that we may have some new board members. And as far as I'm concerned, I get along with the people we have here. And even though we disagree about things sometimes, that's the way it goes. So I wanted to clarify that, Mike. So everybody have a good evening. Sorry we kept you so late.
Ms. Gaines?
That's a hard act to follow. I want to start with Dr. Adams. Excuse me. Dr. Adams, I so appreciate your brutal honesty in telling us about what is going on in the online classes that you're teaching this summer. I've never personally been a fan of online classes. I've shared that with my colleagues on the board many times. I think there's nothing better than building personal relationships with your students, and sometimes just having that instructor in front of you, and you're able to ask questions, and really you get to learn about what they value in life and what's really important, and really what the learning intent is of every single lesson. I think there's nothing better than being in person in a class with your instructor. That's, as I said, my personal opinion. But I do appreciate your honesty this evening in telling us that that's a significant drop in students in such a short period. And I think it's something that, as a board, we need to really, really look into as we move forward. The retirees, I want to congratulate each and every one of you for making that decision, although I can just say I know a lot of retirees, and probably 90% of them fail retirement. So they last usually about 6 months, and they're ready to come back and do something, especially in the field of education. So that might happen, that might not. But students on the HBCU tour, wow, every time I have the opportunity to sit with some of our students or hear them, I'm just so proud of our students here at AVC. I mean, you guys, your report was amazing. Your enthusiasm for the trip and what you learned and the people you met and how it's going to impact your lives moving forward, just really, really touched me. And I wish you all the very best. And hopefully, Mr. Reeves, if I am that second person running reelection, that we can make sure that these trips and more other trips similar to this are funded for our students, because that's an expensive trip, and the benefit was definitely worth what the college invested in that. Ashley, congratulations on your promotion. That's a wonderful new position for you. For Ms. Ford, I want to say I'm familiar with a few discipline models, and I have to agree with you. I think Frisk is the best model out there, and it's very structured, and it's easy to follow. It just pretty much takes you from that verbal right up to that letter of reprimand, or yeah, it's really a great model. I use it myself on my job. And just to reiterate a little bit of what Mr. Adams says, I too am going to Norwalk I'm going Thursday also, 2 different times, to submit my paperwork to reapply for my position on the board. And the reason I'm there is I thought about it. I'm getting older. I'm a superintendent. I'm a pretty busy lady, but I've always tried since 2013 to advocate for every student at Antelope Valley Community College. There's no one more important to me than the students here. I love the fact that I was here when this community overwhelmingly supported the bond, and we see the new buildings, and we've been able to hire, additional staff members, faculty, administrators, and we are growing, and I think we are, as our community grows, it's important that this college is aligned with the community growth, and we see that. So I will always be that person who advocates for students, whether it's sometimes could be costly or not. That's who I am, and that's the educator in me. So yeah, I'm looking forward to hopefully being able to return and sit beside Mr. Reeves. Thank you.
Well, it's been very interesting tonight. Congratulations again to our students. Did an exceptional presentation. I think what Mr. Adams brought up out there with regards to students, what I'd be curious about is, was there a big drop-off in in-person classes like you saw in the online classes? And, okay, I'm like Barbara, I am not an online fan. I'm sorry. I know it's like the new cool thing. But I will say that, and I don't want to get political here, and I'm not going to endorse, but I do think continuity and steadiness is extremely important at this college. I've seen cities, I've seen college districts, I've seen school districts go off the rails because they get in these big fights, and all of a sudden you make changes all over the place and they're in big trouble. I can tell you I worked for a city that went that way, and it was ugly, and it was very sad for the city, and it was very sad for the community. So I would caution you about trying to tear apart what actually works, and there's a lot of stuff actually working. And I talk to students all the time because I walk on this campus a lot. I see Mr. Adams a lot, and he tells me his bad jokes, and I tell him my bad jokes. So, but I think that we can move together and get this thing done. It's very important. The reason I'm not running is very simple. I have done this for 25 years, I think, approximately, and I think it's time to go ahead and move on. But I do think you need some continuity. It's extremely important in government. It's extremely important in education. And believe me, people out here have no clue. And I'm going to say this very honestly because I track these people in Sacramento. They are dangerous to education. And right now, we're not getting the funding we should be because they held up some of it. and I think it was 3.9 billion for K-12 and community colleges. That was our dear governor. But we have to keep the fight going. We have to be steady. We have to go for positive. Negativity will not get you anywhere. And I'm going to tell everybody that. And I'm a very positive, upbeat person, but I think we need to pull together, and we have some great personnel out here, some great teachers. We have some great classified employees. We have some great administrators. A lot of you guys are sitting out in the audience, and you care. And caring is very, very important. And there is an old-time employee that was sitting down there, and I sat on her bench the other day, and I got up and I looked around at it, and she was back when I was here as a student. And the bench said she cared. And I can tell you, she cared. And she really did. And that made a lot of difference. So I think we need to address some of these things. I don't know about the online. I'm not the best person to ask that question. But in any case, so we need to end this and go home, and hopefully next month we will have a 2-hour meeting. We are adjourned until August 10th, and I'll be in Lake Tahoe. Thank you. Bye. No, I'm just kidding. I'll be